need to do in our community to best sustain that future air service? What are the impacts and benefits to the airport and the community as part of that process? And then how does that relate to the future health of the community? As an overview of that process, we took the concepts. In total, we looked at quite a few, but we kept funneling those concepts down and narrowing those down, and that's what we really are going to present to you today. We'll also talk a little bit about potential next steps that we might be looking at as if the decision is to continue this analysis to another level. It may take just a moment here, if I might, to look back on the Phase 1 study findings. As you recall, we gave you this presentation now several months back before we went into Phase 2. The key things that we learned in Phase 1 was that we're very, very dominated by a single type of commercial air carrier aircraft, which is the CRJ-700 made by Bombardier. That we've already seen the smaller version of that airplane, the CRJ-50, is now currently being retired and is leaving the fleet at a pretty good clip, meaning that there's even more pressure on the aircraft that continues to operate at our market. But also, perhaps as shocking as anything, is that there haven't been any new sales or deliveries of the CRJ-700 to airlines for over 3 years. And when you compare that to kind of the lifespan of an aircraft in the fleet, we anticipate through Bombardier's research and how that airplane ages and how it's used, that half of that airplane fleet mix will be out of the commercial fleet by 2021. So we can see a time on the horizon where issues very well could present themselves to our community. The Phase 1 study findings, again, we're looking at the next generation of regional commercial aircraft that will be entering the fleet. We expect those airplanes to begin to be part of the fleet starting later this year and into next year and continuing over the next number of years, quite honestly. Now, those airplanes have some real benefits. They include reduction in noise, reduction in air pollution, reduction in fuel consumption, a number of environmental pieces that are overall positive. But probably most importantly, as we went through those future generation of aircraft, what we learned was that our operating restrictions at the airport will not allow those airplanes to operate in our community. So, what is it that's out there? What does that technology mean to our future airline service is really the crux of what we're talking about today. And this is graphically kind of showing what's going on relative to those Phase 1 findings and the number of aircraft that we looked at relative to future regional fleet and the current fleet, and whether or not it does one of two things. One is, does it physically fit our existing weight limits and our wingspan limits? And also the second piece of that, which is equally important, quite honestly, is whether or not it has the performance capability to operate in our mountain environment at our airport. The current aircraft are shown at the top of the chart. The future aircraft are shown at the bottom of the chart. And you can see that the next generation of airplanes coming online have wingspans that exceed our 95-foot wingspan, and in some cases our weight limits as well. At this point, I'm going to kind of turn it over to J.D. Ingram, who's going to walk you through the analysis that took place in the findings. But the point before I hand it to him really is that the technology is changing, and I want to point out kind of the important reason why it's changing in the eyes of manufacturers and ultimately the air carriers who are driving that, is that they want airplanes that are more efficient. So fuel is a big part of their business operation. They want lower fuel consumption, better operating costs. One of the best ways to do that is to improve the efficiency of the aircraft, and that really does come down in a heavy weight on the wing and the engine technology that's part of that aircraft. So anyway, we'll jump right into phase 2 and let JD take it from here, and we'll be back a little later.
We did bring cookies, by the way, so feel free to jump in at any point. So phase 2 problem statement. Let me tell you the framework that we developed to basically frame this discussion. It has 4 key components. It includes, the first component is that the CRJ is phasing out in the next decade, as Jim described. The second point is that the next generation of regional commercial service airplanes are actually going to be coming into service in the next 4 years. As a matter of fact, we just did a conference call with Bombardier, and their C-Series airplane is scheduled to hit the commercial market in 18 months, is what they are looking at. The third point of the problem statement is that the Aspen the airport's wingspan restriction, which is at 95 feet, is absolutely coupled to the airfield configuration, and it does not allow this future generation of aircraft to serve the Aspen market. And then the last point in this problem statement is that the FAA is absolutely looking at this team to go, how can you meet standards? I mean, we've been operating in a non-standard condition, a modified condition, and I think the next step is, how do we meet standards? So let me put the context of this study. Let me actually frame the context of our study. We had 6 months of a concerted effort. We started in early January. We have over 1,200 pages of technical data report and analysis, about 4,000 hours of production in this study, narrowing the alternatives from a total of 18 down to 2. And I'm going to attempt to condense that into a less than 1 hour presentation. And it was really based on the 3 objectives. Objective number 1 was to meet the FAA standards of safety, efficiency, and operational capacity. The second one is the community just underwent a 2012 master plan update, and we wanted whatever the outcome of this study to marry up to the results of the master plan update. And then the third is we want to be able to accommodate a larger commercial fleet into the future, a larger regional commercial fleet. This is our famous molecular looking structure, and what it does is it graphically depicts the quandary that really drove the phase 2 study. And starting in the upper left-hand corner, the phase 1 study says basically that air service into this market is dependent upon airplanes that will be greater than 95 feet in wingspan. Moving to the right, we see that the FAA coupled with the community have developed a restriction to a modification of standards and a local ordinance restriction to limit aircraft to 95 feet. And on the west side, taxiway, we also know that through the master plan process, while the FAA did approve the ALP, they did not approve the 320-foot separation on the west side, which would be taxiway Bravo. And then the last leg of the molecule is the second FBO. The county attorney's office has reviewed. There has been an application submitted. It's been reviewed and deemed complete. And so we had to look at, can these airfield configurations actually accommodate a second fixed-based operator? And out of that is really where phase 2 comes in, and it does all the sifting of all these viable alternatives to actually solve this puzzle. So I want to talk about the methodology and the approach. Really, the team that was involved in this study is where I'm going to use the term, the magic of collaboration happened. We had participation from the county and the airport staff. FAA personnel ranging from the local airports district office, which is John's office and his staff, to the regional office in Seattle, to FAA headquarters in DC, and then divisions of FAA air traffic. We had air carrier participation, flight procedure experts, and engineering team all involved in this study. And where it all came together is during that 6-month period, we actually did 3 workshops. And those were all-day workshops where that entire team came together. That's where all the evaluation, the discussion, and the narrowing of alternatives happened. The atmosphere in which we approached this study, and I'm going to use these words, John, was highly influenced by the FAA to meet standards. And we started the study with a full, broad range of options, but all of them were really focused on how do we meet standards if we can. So we almost had to take this approach, if we can't meet standards, we really had to prove why we could not meet the federal standards. So I want to talk a little bit about what are the federal standards. First, I want to say that the size of the aircraft operating at the airport is really what drives the physical geometry. The Aspen-Pickett County Airport is classified as a Group D3 airplane, and for nomenclature, I'm going to use the word Group 3. Category D refers to the approach speed of the aircraft. Group 3 refers to the physical dimensions of the airplane. And what you see on this table actually is what the federal standards are for Group 3 and what the current Aspen condition is. And I'm going to start at the bottom of the table. You'll see their maximum wingspan. The current condition is 95 feet, and the Group 3 standard would be 118 feet. The FAA, when you look at regional commercial service airports, there's really 4 categories of airports. You can get into category 5 and 6. Those are typically reserved for hub airports like Denver and Salt Lake, where you have 747s and A380s. But this airport is a solid Group 3 regional airport. So those are the standards that the FAA is looking to meet. So tied to that wingspan standard is the runway to taxiway separation at the top of the chart. You see that the current condition is 320 feet, and the FAA standard is 400. And that actually was the standard that we spent a lot of time focusing on, with a lot of discussion and a lot of debate about how to actually meet that standard. The runway width goes from 100 feet to 150 feet. The runway hold bar separation, that's actually the distance from the center line of the runway to where aircraft hold before they're cleared by the tower to actually take the runway. So that's currently at 272.5, and the standard is about 50 feet greater than that at 328. The runway safety area, the runway object-free area, and the taxiway width all meet the current standards. The taxiway safety area, we actually had a typographical error on your presentation. It is at 118 feet in the current condition, and the standard are the same, so that should be a check mark, not an X. And then the taxiway object-free area is currently at 169 feet, and that's also tied to the 95-foot wingspan. That was narrowed some, but the standard is 186. So those are the standards that are the Group 3 criteria that the FAA has put emphasis on meeting. And at this point, I'm going to let John weigh in and add any comments that he wants to add on either the standards or the process.
So really, first I'd like to thank the airport. I mean, very much a collaborative effort. We see a lot in industry today where airports will go do something and then come to the FAA kind of as a second item and say, hey, this is what we've done and we need you to help us make it work. That was not the case here. They came to us right away and said, hey, we've got these challenges that we're facing at our airport, and we want you to be a partner with us in figuring out what the solution is, and we want to make sure we understand what the agency's perspective is on it as we formulate these, because the last thing they wanted to do was go down a path and have us come in the 11th hour and say, we can't live with that. So I think a big thank you to the team for allowing us to participate in this up front. It means a lot to the agency to be a part of the solution rather than being the problem in the end game. So thank you very much for that, Jim and team. Also, just want to know from an agency perspective, we really pushed hard. JD says highly influenced. I would say that may be even an understatement. I mean, we were very adamant about the discussions as they moved forward was anything that we look at, we are going to exhaust all avenues in order to meet standards. And that was a conversation that every time we looked at an option, we said, okay, have we exhausted all of the avenues to meet the standards that we've set forth for D3? And that's kind of how we started that evaluation. That conversation kind of led the charge sometimes, and I would say very receptive in the amount of times we had to bring it up, and then they would react, and we'd go through all of the examples, working with that in mind, that we wanted to meet standards. So just from a perspective, one of the options that came up, and I think maybe discussed a little bit further, is the 115 foot versus 118 feet. Would that be kind of the time to talk about that? So one of the aircraft under consideration is the C series that looks like about 115 foot wingspan. We made it very clear to the team up front that the agency was not in a position to write a modification to standard which would allow a 115 foot wingspan aircraft that's only 3 feet away from the maximum of the category. The agency was not in a position to be able to grant a modification if we could meet standards at the full 400 feet. So that also played a large role in how some of these options were evaluated. And that is something the agency believes very strongly in, that if once you're at 115 feet, they're really, I mean, you're talking 1.5 feet of wingspan on each side of the aircraft. So we really pushed hard as we got into those conversations that we really need to look at how do we get to that full design group at 118 feet and meet all the standards. So I wanted to let the board know that is something that weighs very heavily on the agency's mind when we start to look at these things. And also, we did challenge the team in all of the conversations that if a mod was going to result from a proposal, that they had to exhaust every option available before the agency would consider a modification request. So again, keep that in mind as we kind of work through some of these alternatives, that those are some pretty big rocks. I mean, we picked up some pretty big rocks and asked them to carry those, and they did a great job in throughout the evaluation of all of the proposals. So again, thank you for that. I think, JD, that's pretty much from the regulatory side. I mean, that's where we focused a lot of our energy and time on.
Let's talk about, we had 4 steps. I'm going to talk about steps A through C first, and reserve step D, which is really tied to some of the engineering analysis and cost for kind of the last piece of the steps. So step A, we initiated on January 14th of this year, where we had 9 initial concepts, and we actually reviewed those in relation to the analysis performed. You can see here what the analysis was, and I want to point to really 2 points. One was we looked at the runway approach, the runway 15 approach surface, which is really where 95% of the operations happen. And we looked at it relative to specific runway shifts. We analyzed if we shifted the runway to create more runway taxiway separation, if we shifted it 25 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, and a full 80 feet to get to the 400-foot standard. And we analyzed what the approach surface impact would be to that. So that was some eye-opening work, because as you shift that runway further to the west, you're actually moving the approach surface towards shale bluffs, and it creates more penetrations. So that was one of the first things we looked at. The other thing that happens as you look at shifting the runway to the west, we begin to impact Owl Creek Road. And we studied what happens if you shift all those various different distances. What happens to Owl Creek? So we're going to talk more about that later.
What do you mean by more penetrations?
Okay, so what happens is that the terrain rises to the west. So if the runway alignment is here and the terrain kind of goes up, the approach surface is a trapezoidal surface that actually is a protection surface for aircraft. And as the runway shifts to the west, the hillside begins to encroach on that surface. Now, I will tell you that that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just one of the things that's evaluated. The Roaring Fork Valley, the approaches and departures into and out of the airport have lots of penetrations or obstructions in them.
So what you mean by penetration isn't
The hillside.
hazard of some sort, or
Yeah, it's a noted point that actually gets evaluated in the flight procedure analysis, which I will get to in step C, but it's first indicator, and it's something that we start to look at.
Before we go away from that, when they find those kind of obstacles that are in there, there's an adjustment then made to the approach path to make sure there's proper distances so the safety is equivalent. So back to you,
Yeah.
JD.
And the other things we look at is how do we mitigate that? Can we mitigate it? And we start to look at those sorts of things. So the Step A meeting was actually held February 18th, a month after we started, and it was actually during that meeting where we narrow alternatives. So we started with 9. I think we narrowed out 3. And we added 4. And that's how all the meetings kind of went. Some went away, but through the collaboration and the dialogue, the what ifs. Well, what if we did this? What if we did that? So we ended up adding 4 alternatives to the process. So then going on to step B, we had 10 remaining alternatives, and we performed additional analysis. What we focused on quite heavily in step B is, of those 10 alternatives that were remaining, what are the impacts to the master plan? The master plan was a thorough and exhaustive process, so how would these changes be impacting the master plan? And that was quite a bit of discussion, as well as the other points listed here. And then we had our step B meeting on April 3rd here at the airport. Moving on to step C. Step C is where we had 6 remaining alternatives, and this was what we kind of all called the aha step, because we got all the results and the data from the flight procedure analysis that Jim was referring to for all the runway shifts. So we figured out during step C, how feasible was it to shift the runway 25 feet, 50 feet, or 80 feet? And actually what we found, and this is to the point that John was speaking to, is prove to us you can't do it. And when that analysis came back, it proved that we could move the runway 80 feet to get the full 400-foot separation. So that was a big kind of aha moment. And then tied to that is the analysis that was performed and is an appendix, is over 700 pages of flight procedure analysis for every arrival and departure procedure into Aspen, and the analysis of what the future procedures could be and how they would be impacted as well. So it was a comprehensive review. And that meeting was held May 30th. So steps A through C, kind of an overview of what we learned. We learned that the 80-foot shift to the west, it had minimal impacts, and it really hit the mark that the FAA wants, which is we need to meet standards. And it's the other things that we learned, that our remaining 2 alternatives generally meet the FAA standards. And when I say generally, we have a lot of debate. They do meet standards. There are some exceptions, more than others, of the 2 alternatives, and I'll go through with you what does not meet, but that they do generally meet standards. The FAA, we learned that if, the FAA will look at a mod in the event you cannot reasonably meet the standard. And that's what John was hitting on is, if you can meet the standard, that's what we want. If you can't, for whatever reason, you have to have a really strong argument, and then we can discuss creating another modification to standard, like the one that you have. And what we also learned is that the remaining alternatives do allow for the next generation of aircraft, the larger regional commercial fleet, and they do accommodate a second FBO on the west side. So what you see here is the narrowing process, and you'll see in these various boxes, you'll see a lot of numbers. If you add these up, we have a total of 18 alternatives here. So in the top box, you'll see alternative 1, 2, 5, and 5A, and on and on. Well, the difference between 5 and 5A, we developed a nomenclature that actually had 13 alternatives, but the variants that were designated with an alpha numeric character like 5A, it's actually a variant from 5, but we use that as a way to keep track of all of the alternatives. So in the top box, you'll see that these alternatives do not meet FAA standards. Those are the options that would create a similar condition to what you have now, requiring a modification to standards. So those were kind of ruled out by the FAA and the team. The second one, because it doesn't meet our objective, which is to meet federal standards. The second box down, and there were 7 of those alternatives. The second box had 6 alternatives, and these actually, they meet FAA standards, but there are significant impacts that come with them. And then the next box down, we actually meet standards, and we have major operational restrictions tied to those. And I'll talk to you a little bit about what those mean in a follow-on slide.
Here, can you, you also skipped over significant impacts, what that means. Are you going to get back to that?
Yeah, I'll cover that kind of in the next slide, if that's all right. This is kind of just the big picture idea. And then it kind of leads us to the last two. And that is the funneling effect that Jim was describing. So let's talk about, to your point, Rob, the narrowing process and how it does not meet standards. So what you see here are alternatives on the left. You see whether they're designated as a runway shift or not, and if so, what is the shift, 30 feet or 25 feet? We even looked at a shift that was shifted 43 feet. All of those are to the west, and we actually rotated the runway. And then you can see, after the shift was complete, what would be the distances of taxiways on both the east and west side. So as an example, under alternative 10, let's just say that were an option, then the conversation would be, we would be knocking on the FAA's door saying, well, we would like a modification to standards, and we would be trying to justify something around 105 feet. We wouldn't get to the larger commercial fleet that we want to get to. So in a nutshell, all of these were ruled out because they didn't meet standards from a separation standpoint. The next slide is where we meet standards with significant impact. So I'm going to talk about 2 on here, Rob, to your point. Alternative 4, we didn't have a runway shift in that alternative. We left the runway where it was, and we actually carved into taxiway alpha 80 feet, and we lost 80 feet of valuable ramp space. Net effect is what happened. So we took out the tower, ramp space, the commercial apron got compressed, so it made basically the master plan useless. So there were enormous impacts to the east side infrastructure. Another one was on alternative 8, where we shifted the runway 80 feet to the west. We had 400 feet of separation on the east and west, but what it did is it required the removal and relocation of the Airport Operations Center. which was built less than a decade ago. So everybody on the group said that's a significant impact and we want to rule that out. Now, as a follow-on, we developed 8A, option 8A, which has a bump out, and we're going to talk about that. That was one of the remaining alternatives. But those are the types of things where, yeah, it meets standards, but the impact was too significant. The next listing down is the options that actually meet FAA standards with major operational restrictions. And what these, I'll use alternative 3 as an example. So in this alternative, we did not move the runway. So the taxiway was at the east, at its current location at 320, and we built the west side at 400 feet. Well, what happens in that case is any airplane over 79 feet or a Group 2 would basically put an operational restriction on the airport. So if there was an airplane greater than 79 feet, which most of the fleet that operates here is, you basically shut the operations of the airport down. So from an air traffic perspective, it renders the airport useless, or it cuts the efficiency down by a great percentage. So it's, in the words we came up with, these are significant impacts that impact all the users of the airport. And all of these options are actually listed in your packet books by step, with all of the analysis as to the hows and the whys as to what the ruling was. And that really left us with 2 that are what we called viable options. So we've reduced the 18 down to 2 that meet the study objectives to the highest extent possible. And there are some comments on these in terms of operational restrictions. And one of them is less restrictive than the other. And I'm going to go through what those mean here. And then step D is actually the step where we considered all of the costs for these alternatives. And we considered cost with a level of engineering analysis. So we looked at how much earthwork would be required, what types of utilities would need to be relocated or moved, navigational aids, basic conceptual level cost estimating. And once we had those costs developed, we actually had a meeting with the FAA on June 16th to develop the cost, or to develop, to have these conversations with the FAA. So that leads us to the 2 remaining alternatives. I'm going to start with alternative 8A, which is shown on the screen here. And to orientate you, on the east side, which is the top of the page, we're bound by, thanks Jim. The top of the page here, we're bound by Highway 82. On the bottom of the page in this alignment is Owl Creek Road. Town is to the south here, and the north is off to the left of the page. So in this option, the first thing that the highlights of it are, which is really what we want to focus on today, is it shifts the runway 80 feet to the west, and it creates a 150-foot wide runway surface. And I want to touch a little bit on the 150 feet wide. For pilots, the wider the runway, the better it is. It creates a safer environment to land the aircraft, and it does meet the Group 3 standards. So it was something that came out early in the process as a nice safety enhancement. The next thing that this option creates is 400 feet of separation on both the east and the west side. By moving that runway 80 feet to the west, we do capture it on both sides now. It does allow for a second fixed base operator on the west side. And there's really very minimal impacts, minimal to no impacts on the east side, and I'm going to cover, there is a little bit, but I'm going to cover that in another slide here. And this is the point where the operational restriction comes in. So this was option 8, where the taxiway was a full 400 feet. What it did is it wiped out the AOC, and we actually had to demolish the building and rebuild it. And we said, nobody wants to do that. So we put this bump out, and what it does is for that 1,000 feet of taxiway, it actually moves the taxiway to an offset of 320 feet, and it would require operational clearance from the tower to taxi in that area. So as you approach either side of the AOC, there would be a hold line. You would call the tower for clearance. They would provide the clearance. You taxi out and around, and then you're clear again. So that was, as John put it, that's a reasonable operational restriction and a reasonable mod that the FAA, I think, could stand behind. And that also, what you see here is an inset of the AOC building. It's hard to see because of the sod roof there, but the green box actually depicts the usable ramp space. So you could put a vehicle up to 25 feet out on that ramp in front of the AOC and have an aircraft taxi along there and not have any violation on that. And then this option does have a relocation of Owl Creek Road for a length of approximately 2,500 feet. And when I say Owl Creek Road, I mean the road and the bike path combined. And I'll show you a slide of what that looks like. And that slide, it's basically, we've referred to this as the pinch point in all of these options. The pinch point is actually the narrowest point where Owl Creek Road gets as close as it does to the airport. It's the narrowest point, so we call that the pinch point. So all these sections that I'm going to describe are actually at that pinch point. This is the section at that pinch point, and let me orientate you to the section. So if you look here, the runway is obviously in the center. As you look, you're basically looking towards town. The west is on the right, east is on the left. And what you can see here depicted in the green on the left side is the airport property line. You can see the Burlingame property line, which is this lime green on the right. What you see here is Owl Creek Road, the bike path, and then the VSR. So what happens in the new alignment is taxiway Bravo is at 400 feet sitting underneath that. The VSR is out here. And it requires a shift of Owl Creek Road from that point where the blue arrow is to that point of the other blue arrow. So that's the bike path and the road shift.
Very quickly, VSR stands for Vehicle Service Road. It's actually the internal access road that the airport uses for its operations.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. And then these two retaining walls are actually what would be used to retain the earth. Now this is at a very conceptual level. The height of these walls haven't been absolutely determined yet, but they're significant walls. I mean, the upper wall I think is about 17 feet, and the lower wall is about 27 feet. And that wall height is not for the entire length of the road. What happens is that the wall peaks kind of at the center, and then it tapers down to 3 feet on the ends. But at the highest point, it could be 27 feet. Which you wouldn't see from Owl Creek, but it would be 17 feet from the Owl Creek Road perspective. And then the earthwork is the excavation that would really be required between those two surfaces. So looking at this alternative from a master plan perspective and how it relates to the master plan, we zoomed into the terminal area plan. And when I said there was little to no impact, what we have here is to meet the full taxiway object-free area. we do lose 13 feet of depth in the ramp on the commercial ramp. But what you see depicted here, these little yellow airplanes, we've actually depicted a CS-100 series, which has a fuselage length of around 115 feet. So we can accommodate that larger regional fleet with room to create a taxi lane behind them without encroaching on this hold line here, which this little red sliver is actually that's 13 feet wide, and that's the lost ramp space. So that's where the new hold line would be. And then we just highlighted that the master plan is largely unaffected. Other than that, we did not move the terminal building or the parking transit center, which are the two buildings depicted in. This is the terminal building here. This is the parking transit center, and then this is the future FBO location on the east side from the master plan. All of that remains unchanged. Then we went down and looked at the west side, second FBO. And what happens here, because we moved the runway 80 feet to the west and the new taxiways at 400 feet, the combination of those two 80-foot numbers actually shifts this second FBO 160 feet further west. And you can see here that we begin to encroach more on the Owl Creek, and that was outlined in the Wildlife Hazard Management Plan to be piped, and this is consistent with that. And you can kind of see a highlight here that, you know, the significant investment that went into the AOC is protected with this bump out. You can see where it narrows into the 320. And that operational hold that I was referring to would actually happen about at this point. And the same on the other side. So that's the highlights of option 8A. And then what we did is we took all the engineering analysis tied to doing that, the earthwork, utilities, and so forth, and we took historical unit prices from the airport that have been witnessed here in this valley over the last 8 years, and we developed a conceptual level cost, and this is total project cost, but alternative 8A at a conceptual level is at $132 million, all in.
George? A couple of questions that probably will refer to the next option as well, but if you move the runway 80 feet to the west, I'm assuming you have to adjust the runway extension, which we just did a few years ago, and I thought we had a lot of reviews in terms of trying to determine any impacts when we did that runway extension in terms of light, safety, noise. So is that taken into account as well, the ability to move that extended runway?
Yes. That includes the cost of all the navigational aids tied to that extension, the extension itself. So it moves the runway, and that extension is now part of the runway, everything 80 feet to the west. And a lot of those components and parts will be reused, and there's opportunities to reuse some of the asphalt and the millings in certain sections of pavement under the new alignment.
So that doesn't impact any more noise?
Yeah, I think what George was asking about is the noise and light components as far as affecting neighborhoods and such, more so than the navigational.
The preliminary analysis was kind of accomplished at this level, but in terms of actually getting into those details at a very, very significant level, that would be a future stage, looking downstream. If, the conversation today was to share with you what we've learned conceptually, and then be able to have the conversation with the board as you probably peeked ahead a little bit, our recommendation is that we start the community dialogue and do some of that, but there would be a step later on, George, that would really get into that same level of intensity that we saw during the runway extension.
And then the other question I have is, if we have to relocate Owl Creek and the bike path for 2,500 feet or so, is that within the county's right of way? Is that just a extend the locate, or
Some of it is in, and exists on airport property, some of it is in CDOT right-of-way, and there's a section that's in a conservation easement through the city of Aspen.
So that would be another discussion or look in terms of feasibility moving forward. But again, that's I think a next step as we look at environmental impacts or what have you.
This study did not include an analysis of any of the environmental impacts. That would be at a later point if the board determines to study the impacts.
okay, thanks.
So then alternative 12A is actually very similar to alternative 8A. And what we did, rather than going through this entire option and repeating the same things, it's essentially the same alternative as 8A with the exceptions that I'm going to point out here. So what we have in this highlighted in the blue-green box outlined around Taxiway Bravo on the west side is that taxiway is shown south of the Airport Operations Center at 320 feet. In alternative 8A, it actually bumps back out to 400 feet. But here, this option, it actually maintains the alignment of the 320, and it is slightly less impactful on Owl Creek Road, where we only actually have to relocate 900 feet of Owl Creek Road and bike path. And looking at that same section at the pinch point, we only actually have one wall approximately 20 feet high in this location, and it's on the lower side. And there's less impactful construction. The alignment stays within the CDOT right-of-way for the most part. If there may be just a tiny sliver that gets onto the conservation easement that Jim spoke of, previous option. And there you can see the taxiway is at 320 feet. And I'm actually going to back up a moment here and talk about, this one has more operational impacts. So what that means is that we've created what's called a couple of bump out areas here and here. And those allow, once you depart an aircraft down Taxiway Bravo, you actually have to hold here just to the north side of the Airport Operations Center. You have to be granted clearance to taxi down to get into this holding bay, and then you're cleared to taxi the runway. So the option isn't quite near as viable. The operational restriction is 4,500 feet of taxi time, which is much more significant than 1,000 feet of taxi time. So these are the types of operational restrictions that this option would be bound to. And from that perspective, it has more of an efficiency hit on the airport. It's less efficient.
Is there any way to quantify some of the operational impacts on that? I mean, if we're doing in peak time, X number of planes, does that mean in peak time we can do 1/2 of X planes because of that time that it takes to clear the runway to get a plane down that side of the taxiway or something like that? I mean, how do we make a judgment or have an understanding of how much that operational impact will affect the airport?
We didn't summarize that quite as tightly as you just described, Rob, but I can tell you conceptually what will happen. An aircraft on arrival, the airport will need to seize all aircraft movements, and there can't be any aircraft on either one of the taxiways in that scenario. until that airplane has finished its landing, so probably 5 miles out or thereabouts. Everything would be pulled out of the way, and then the airplane would do its landing, taxi out until it was on the ramp, and for all practical matters, chalked and ready to deplane. The airport would be in a stop mode. You know, given that we do, I guess I should talk about the departure. If they're coming out of either one of the, or any three areas, either the commercial ramp, the general aviation areas, either east or west, we would also be holding all aircraft movements during that time. So in a peak day, we'll do over 300 aircraft operations. It'll also be mostly impactful to commercial operations, most likely, depending upon how the FAA wrote the mod for us, but that the aircraft would have to sit and wait while one individual aircraft completed its operation, which, you know, over time is not good protocol. I can tell you that the Air Traffic Division of the FAA was not very pleased about that concept and likely would not be very anxious or willing to support it. So we can try to put more details together for you, Rob, in that area, but it's still deemed to be impactful.
And I'm trying to get an understanding of 8A and 12A and what that impactful difference is, because they both have impacts, because they both jut to that 320-foot taxiway for at least a section, so there would have to be a sterilization of the runway at that time period. But I thought I just heard you say too that both taxiways would have to be sterilized during that time period. The other taxiway is at 400 feet, so it would remain free and clear, and the other taxiway services our existing general aviation or FBO and our commercial, and this side taxiway is going to be servicing a additional FBO, which is substantially smaller in square footage and docking and ramp space for aircraft than the existing FBO. So it's a substantially smaller amount of planes that will be using the west side runway than the east side runway. I think this is an important analysis in our phase 3 or as we move forward to really kind of understand what these impacts are. And as you know, and part of today is to generate the questions that we need when we do come to a decision-making point in the future. This is not a decision-making place right now, but what we're trying to do today is generate the questions that will help us make that decision when we do come to a decision-making point.
So one thing to note from a regulatory piece, this would require a modification standard.
Both of these.
Both options would, one to a much lesser extent than the other.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, as was touched upon in the introduction, the ALP, the one section of the master plan and the ALP that the agency chose not to approve was the 320 feet on the west side, and that had to do with the modification concerns. So that's still in play. I mean, that is still a possibility. Just because it's shown on this, the airport would have to submit a modification to standard, and that would have to go through the entire review process. And I can't tell you with a degree of certainty that it would suffer the same fate, but we have been down this road before. What the agency, the reason the other option is more appealing is the airport has done exactly what the agency has pushed for. To the absolute extent practicable, you've provided 400 feet with the exception of 1,000 feet. And from an air traffic perspective, when we weighed this out with our air traffic folks who were in the meeting, that was much more appealing, a very small delay, and they can work that into the operation. I'm not air traffic, but somewhat speak their language. They can work that into the operation much easier than having to have somebody taxi 4,500 feet. I mean, it's just easier to do.
Understood, and that's clearly the big unknown is how the FAA reacts to what proposal we move forward with. And I think we hear you loud and clear that the closest we can get to the standards of a Class 3 airport. Thank you.
Just for clarity, Commissioners, I represent the Airports Division of FAA, which is one of 4 or 5 that will actually look at this modification. So we're estimating on their behalf of how they're going to look at this as well, just from history. So we're trying to balance that in the comments that we provide you, just so you're not surprised again. We don't want to do that again. Once was plenty.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that as we would move into future phases, the public outreach and things like that, it'd be really helpful to have a narrative of how each one would operate, so that it's written down. Doesn't have to be. It should be explained verbally, but people can take it home with them and take a look at what those differences are.
Well, Steve?
If general aviation plane lands on runway 33, would they be able to stop in time to get into the most down valley entrance into the taxiway, or would they overshoot that?
And have to back taxi would be one of the options, Steve. We didn't get into that level of detail in this concept, but one of the advantages, quite honestly, of a 150-foot wide runway is that it would allow an airplane to do a U-turn on the runway and taxi to whatever exit it needed to go to. I want to point out that the landings on 3-3 are historically about 2% of all aircraft operations, so it's a relative infrequent activity. We'd probably spend a little more time about placement of that connector in a future stage should we get there.
Yeah, I was thinking just tweaking that if the west side taxiway, the west side taxiway were extended farther down valley, and you could have another off-ramp from the runway to the taxiway, if that were the case.
That's entirely possible.
But for 2% of the flights, whether that's worth it or not.
We'd look at that in greater detail. We wanted to conceptually look at this project, so that's kind of the level we exist today.
Additional questions, or Steve?
Jim, what is the maximum distance that the runway could be moved to the west? You looked at 80 feet as the most you looked at. If the runway could be moved over 150 feet, say, something bigger, and you could add that extra space on the FBOs on the east side, you'd have a whole lot more airplane parking over there. Maybe room for a second FBO even on the east side. But what is the practical distance the runway could, if the taxiway weren't on the west side, how far could you move the runway over given the airspace restrictions?
Yeah, the feedback, as I heard it from the folks who analyzed our approach and departure procedures, that's really I think the key point that comes to mind if we were to consider even a greater move. And confirm this with me, JD and John, I heard them say that they really felt that 80 feet was the maximum. And we didn't end up looking at anything beyond because it hit the targets of this analysis and our objectives in the work. But I recall them saying they didn't see it greater than that. But quite honestly, I need confirmation because I was listening, but
it would be pushing the envelope for Shale Bluffs at that point. Anything further?
Yes.
So in the approach, the other thing that they're considering in their analysis is the missed approach. So if you're on approach to the airport and you're not able to complete your landing cycle, how do you get back out? It pushes you very close up to the west side terrain, which becomes a much bigger issue. And in fact, in some cases, was the controlling obstacle in some of the analysis that they did was actually the missed approach. So I think that it would face not being a flight procedures person, but understanding just enough of it. I think it presents some significant challenges, but I think.
Agreed. 80 feet seemed to be the limit. At one point, we were considering 100 foot to that point, but Paul, do you recall? I don't think we actually ran that analysis.
No, we did not, but I do also recall that they said by shifting it greater than 80 feet, they would start impacting departure procedures more so as well. So you get impacts on both approach and departure.
If you're going to call on people in the audience, you're going to, just so you know, just pass the little microphone back because the TV station won't pick it up. So, thank you.
And Rob, one more question on the cost. You give a ballpark figure of 130 million, 132 million, or those figures. And that includes the West Side taxiway. Now, if the only reason to build the West Side taxiway is if there's a second FBO, and would the second FBO be bearing the costs of building the West Side taxiway, or would they not?
For this analysis, we had, in this calculation, the cost of construction was in that total of $130 million. So that's how it was broken out for analysis. That would be a business decision and concept if we end up getting that far along.
Another question about the second FBO on the west side. Obviously, it's a little, I'm looking at the master plan online here on your very good website, I might add, the AspenAirportPlanning.com, which has the majority of the documents throughout this whole process going back several years, and hopefully you'll keep that up to speed. But trying to get a comparison of square footage of rampway and potential hangar space in this second FBO. I mean, we've pinched this an additional 80 feet to make room for the first taxiway, an additional 50 feet for the runway, and an additional 80 feet on the west side taxiway. So 80, 81, 60 is what, 220 or something, 220 feet. Have they lost a lot of their capability for sustainability as a second FBO on that side by losing ramp space? And this gets into a financial question, which is, the purpose, or one of the purposes of the FBO, the second FBO, would be to, from an FAA standard, to maximize our asset as the airport, but also from a local standard to be able to lease property for potential improvements for things like the terminal. So are we getting less of a lease rate with less of a property? And it's hard to compare because I don't see alternative 8A and 12A with a zoom in on the second FBO as to how that has moved and how that potential change would happen to our master plan, I'm assuming, if things move in a direction.
Yeah, with the coupling of those moves, with the runway moving over, the net effect to the fixed base site versus the master plan is that site moves 160 feet further to the west, still on airport property, and is still the same quantity of ramp space that was defined in the master plan. So the overall complex there simply moves to the west to accommodate those new dimensions.
So in essence, it moves further into the hillside, and the question would be what sort of excavation or disturbances are there in doing that as well. John?
If I could just add on real quick to Jim's point, when we did the master plan, what we were looking at is minimum standards, making sure that the FBO would be able to accommodate minimum standards, and that's true in any one of these scenarios, we would have to be able to accommodate those minimum standards. But to your point, Rob, as far as, the construction challenges and such weren't necessarily anticipated as much during the master plan or this process as far as the differential between what's the increment between moving it back 160 feet versus exactly where it was. So sorry to interrupt, Rich. I just wanted to make sure we had that minimum standards piece in our head.
Rachel?
Yeah, because, there's so many different layers of this work, and we're accomplishing enough now to know what steps we may go to in the future. But as I remember from the master planning process in the many years, the further towards the mountain and west we get, the more it was impacting the environmentally sensitive area around Owl Creek. And I know there was some discussion about piping some of it, but also, without having my copy pulled up here online, it seemed there was also going to be some avoidance of those areas, and certainly some consideration of the way the elk winter on the edge of Sky Mountain and things like that. So I'd want to see further how that interaction and how that really happens on the ground.
George?
So you started with 13 options, and you were able to distill it down to these two options, 8.8 and 12.8, based on not having to go through FAA modifications of the airport, is what I understand. And did you say, JD, that from your point of view, that 12A option was actually the more preferred, or?
No, I was saying it's it had more operational impact. 12A has that 4,500 feet of taxiway that Mr. Ittner was queuing on.
Right.
Has the restriction type
Right,
to it.
but those are really the two options that you distilled down that would basically meet the FAA standards.
Not exactly, because there's a small variance for that small section of taxiway. So there's still a variance.
But all the other options didn't even come close. I'm just trying to figure out the process, how we got down to these two, and now you're presenting us with two options, and either option sort of has their plus and minuses, but they meet for the most part FAA standards.
More so than the other designs,
okay.
and that's what we weighed in on during the consultations. These were so far off because there wasn't an extensive document that said we can or cannot meet standards, and that's really what this kind of fleshed out was. There are two options that come very close, much closer than the other options. So that's
Thank you.
Still requiring a mod, however, on both. Both will still require some degree of modification, but it's to the extent practical, this is the best that we could get.
And just to add on to that, I think and one of the deciding points was the AOC, that the only way to really provide that separation and maintain the feasibility of the master plan that was adopted in 2000, at least the goals of the master plan, would be to demolish the AOC. Right?
Yeah, several of the options can contain that, which was not feasible to anybody.
Continue with the presentation. I know we have got a few more slides here, and JD.
So we're on option 12A, and it shows here with the blue arrow coming down where Owl Creek Road is and where it moves to. It's 80 feet less of a shift than option 8A. And it has one retaining wall on the lower side. And then to the point about the master plan, it's the same alternative as 8A, so that does not change. And then on the west side development, this is actually the same as option 8A as well. Both of them do shift it 180 feet because in this option, this section of taxiway right here actually is 400 feet. And right at this curve point is where it goes into the 320, which is the same on both options. And the conceptual cost on this alternative is $121 million. Then we attempted to list what types of local approvals and federal approvals we would have. This is a snapshot, and they range from the local approvals of location and extension review to the newly adopted airport design guidelines, all the way through the FAA process of that modification of standards for that for the section of taxiway that is 320, that would be required. The ALP would need to be updated as well. Environmental assessment would be a follow-on step. There's a lot of other approvals that are required throughout this process. And in summary, the comprehensive and thorough analysis yielded that alternates 8A and 12A remain as feasible, meeting the goals of the project, which were to maximize compliance with FAA standards of safety, efficiency, and operational capacity. They maintain a layout that's consistent with the 2012 Airport Master Plan, and they do accommodate the next generation of larger regional commercial fleet. I'm going to turn it to Jim for next steps.
Yes, as you can tell, we spent quite a bit of time trying to get us to this point, and I appreciate your patience going through it all. From a staff perspective, we see a next step would be to go forward with Phase 3. It's kind of been our concept all along, is to take this, stop, give you a chance to reflect on it, offer your thoughts and opinions, and then move forward. The next logical step in that process would be to go out and talk to the community in greater depth about what we've learned to date, start to get their feedback and thoughts on the process, and then be able to come back to you with that feedback. We'll, should we elect to move past that, and we've kind of built in some decision points for all of you, but the next step after that would be to go forward with an ALP revision or airport layout plan that would reflect some changes so that the FAA could go through some of the steps that they need to go through. Should all those pieces come together and the decision is to move forward, the step beyond that would be greater environmental review through an environmental assessment, which, as you are keenly aware, and the community is keenly aware, would involve a very extensive community and environmental review in depth to make sure that each of the pieces of this puzzle was given its due course and follow federal law in that area. So that's kind of the place we are on the horizon. I think it's important for a couple things to kind of reflect on here. Even the steps we've done to date is really an indication about some forward thinking. So many communities end up in crisis mode because they wait until, in our case, the airplanes would not be here to serve our market. And the reality is that it takes 5 to 10 years to create the improvements that, should we decide to go down that path, it takes a long time to make those actually occur. So there's lots of stop points for the community and for this board, but from a kind of logical next step, we think there's an opportunity to have that more in-depth community discussion and be able to continue the process.
Jim, when you say evaluate community input and consider other potential alternatives, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think it would be appropriate to expect that there's a lot of intelligent people who will have a chance to look at this and offer feedback. As much as we as a team would like to believe that we covered it every which way there is, there may be a concept or a refinement that should be considered and thought through. So we're entirely open to having the best possible outcome should those come forth.
So are you talking about taking all the alternatives that you guys have gone through and going to the public with those? Or are you talking about using 8A and 12A and going to the public with those?
Well, I think it'd be fair for this community to have a chance to go through all of those concepts and understand how we got to the point that we did, and that would be part of the dialogue with the community. I think there'll be some individuals who will want to focus on these two options or refinement of these two options, but I think in fairness, they deserve a chance to come see the entire report to whatever depth they desire to see.
Steve?
Jim, I know you talk about runway crossing in one, which I picture going straight across the runway. Would it be considered a runway crossing if the crossing was clear at the end of the runway, way down at the north end of the runway?
I don't know that I can grab it in short order, but we did have a crossing. We looked at an option in our concepts that took the taxiway all the way down to the approach or departure end of the runway, and someone would swing all the way around, use the east side taxiway then to access. That concept, which I look at as 7A, and 7B in our analysis, the challenge is that you add a bunch of congestion on the east side in front of our existing FBO, and you end up with counter direction traffic. So you have those airplanes that have landed or taxiing to park, and you've got an airplane that's come around the north end, and they find, they come nose to nose, and somebody's got to pull off.
So, yeah, you did mention head-to-head. I didn't quite picture that.
But we did spend some time there looking at that concept.
Okay. And one consequence, if we make it possible for a larger commercial jet aircraft to land, then we also make it possible for the Gulfstream 700 to land, or larger general aviation aircraft, which then creates more pressure on our parking spaces. How much more space does a bigger general aviation aircraft take to park than the smaller ones? And do we have room for that?
Certainly, we've seen that trend line just over the past number of years, where the general aviation fleet wingspans have also been increasing. I think you're referring to the Gulfstream 650. 650. That airplane has a wingspan of about 99 feet. So every time an airplane with a larger footprint, if you will, takes up more space on the ramp, and pressure builds with each one of those. We currently in a situation from time to time at peak season where an airplane's allowed to come and do their either pick up or drop off, and then they need to move on to another place. That pressure will probably be there regardless of whether we make these changes or don't, but it's more acute if the aircraft physically has a larger footprint.
Rachel, and then George.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if we could talk a little bit about the holding pad that would be created on the second taxiway. I looked at it, it's on both 8A and the 12A plan, and that requires a 22-foot retaining wall as well. I'm trying to, and the 8A layout has it. The West A doesn't have the details as much, but there you go. And then on the other, on alternative 8A is where it has the little blurb next to it.
Yeah, let's go to option 8A if we can. I'll back up here. Oh, but I'm sorry. Go the other way.
There you go.
Let's go to 8A if we could, because they are slightly different. Okay, so in option 8A at the end here, we have created a holding bay down there, which, yeah, you can see it right there. And that's also referred to as a run-up pad. You could enhance that pad if you wanted to de-ice, if that were a reason to do that. Right now, that's not the intention. So you're right, when we do to go to option 12A, if I can advance to that one, we created a secondary pullout because this pullout right here, if we needed the ability to move an airplane outside that object-free area so that it was in a clear zone, you have a space to do that. So that's why this one is added. The other convenience to this is in the master plan there was a call out for an emergency helipad that was at about in this location, so we left that in there as well.
I guess I'm talking about the very far to the right, that
This one
holding
here.
area. The little yellow blurb there says that it will have a 12-foot retaining wall and relocate the bike path. And I'm just wondering, because I know the further we get to the end of the runway, the closer we get to the wetlands areas down there. And I was just wondering which angle is the 22-foot retaining angle facing? And
Yeah, that's on the lower side, so the road would be up above. And it's conceptual in nature, and it would be sized appropriately, and that's just a general depiction right now. But it does, the retaining wall is to retain Owl Creek.
Road.
Road, thank you. Road.
You know, I think that this is really very thorough work, and I think that it's important to bear in mind that key element that started all of our scratching our head and trying to look forward, and that is the changing air fleet. It's one thing to say, you know, let's put in all compressed natural gas stations for cars, but if all the cars go to electric, you've just made a mistake. And if you're talking about aircraft that, you know, we already lost one airline because they only had 2 of the aircraft that could service our airport, and they decided to sell those. It's too expensive to keep the parts and maintenance and everything just for 2 aircraft to service 1 route. Even though it's a profitable route, it didn't fit into the rest of their scheme. And I think it's, to me, very much like water planning in the state of Colorado, where your infrastructure, you have to look further ahead because it's going to take you 10, 15, 25 years to actually permit and construct and complete the processes. And there's no question that this is very forward-looking. This is not imminent. There's no shovels that are going to be hitting ground in the next several years, but that I think it's only appropriate to continue the process of both informing the community, looking for new solutions that we might not have seen because we're so close to it, and find the best possible configuration for a resort community that is going to continue to be dependent on that competitive edge of having the airport just 3 miles from either of the 2 major resorts. And you know, it's just, you just can't sit back on your laurels on these things. I know we've done what we can to improve and maintain a good appearance at a much older and outdated terminal. That's not going to keep holding forever. We certainly have run into some issues with that. And the actual physical runway, taxiway, holding bay layouts of the airport itself is going to require looking forward and strategically investing.
George, did you want to?
I got a couple of thoughts, piggybacking on some of the comments already made. It seems that from the master plan, where we did extensive work and studies on a need for a potential new terminal, that's sort of one aspect. And now this future air study views the need to look at a new runway configuration to accommodate the new generation of planes. Although those two or three studies tie in all together, it seems like that they can actually proceed at a slightly different time frame and perhaps under their own individual environmental assessment. And so that's one thought. And the other, back to Michael's question or comment, and I think it's important that we do have a strong public outreach and get citizen input, and for them to understand not only how we got to this point, but to understand the processes that you went through to try to identify all the different options and then narrow those options down. My question, my concern is would you be looking to consider other potential alternatives? And I sort of reflect back when we were going to look at different designs on the pedestrian underpass and overpass, and we were getting suggestions that were being drawn on a napkin, but they were generating a tremendous additional cost to try to pursue those options. So I'd be very concerned about pursuing in depth other options that you perhaps not have already considered or been able to explain how you got there, if that makes sense.
George, I think there is a fine line to figure out how best to go forward. I think the community would benefit understanding the depth of analysis that's been done to date, and those ideas that may come forward, I think we take those as they come to us. Would be my recommendation anyway. I think you can spend a great deal of energy and time and money pursuing certain ideas that may not turn out to be very viable, but at the same time, if there's a nugget, we want to make sure we give it a good hard look as well.
Did we set aside a budget for this next phase, or? And so that has to come back to us?
Yeah, one of the discussion we had with the board was approving these phases as we completed the previous phase to see if we wanted to take the next step. We believe that given the work that's been done, it's now appropriate to look at revisiting what we had originally called phase 3 step, which was a public outreach feedback kind of step. As Jim has said, to get some preliminary feedback and ensure that there isn't another alternative out there. And the difference between this and the underpass is I think we've got better definitions of the kinds of requirements that we're working within, whether it be the input we've received from the FAA, the previous planning work that we've done. But to make sure that we've had that discussion and have some understanding in the community, as well as making sure that we didn't miss an alternative that we really think we should be analyzing to bring in as a potential alternative when we go to environmental assessment. So that said, no, we have not budgeted for this. We need to come back. Did we bring a number at all today, or is that something we'll have to come back with? Scope out.
I have a question, and I'll preface it by saying I understand that this is probably premature. I think in our next round of information, another piece of the puzzle that I would like brought back to us is kind of a timeline piece to this. The community is greatly dependent on the economic influence of the airport throughout the major seasons, the ski season and the summer season. Not quite so much in the spring and the fall, and if we're looking at starting to phase out the CRJ 700s in 2021, I think was the year I heard. That puts us about 7 years out when those start to get phased out. Obviously, some of them will still be in our market, but who knows how much other markets will be pulled to this. But this is by far the biggest project from probably building the runway the first time around that this airport has seen. And we have seen full off-season closures for things like the runway extension, so the runway resurfacing, close the airport down for a good period of time. And I'm not saying that we need to push faster than we are right now, but it would be nice to figure out a plan that has the least operational impact through what I would probably consider a multi-year construction phase. A little bit done in this off-season for preparation, not this coming up off-season, but a first off-season for preparation for something that's 3 years out in completion so that you can get it done in April, May, October, November, as opposed to any of the other major impacts to our economic community. So that piece to the puzzle, I think, also needs to be done at some point as well.
Thank you, Rob. We do have some of that data that we've collected as part of this, but I think it does need additional refinement, and we'll include that in our future discussions. Exactly whether it'll be at the same time we bring you back Phase 3, if that's your direction, but in subsequent meetings after that.
Steve?
Thought just crossed my mind, Rob, that all the construction could take place between 11 p.m. and 6 in the morning. Do nighttime construction. It might be possible to do some of that anyhow to stretch the construction season out and then not have dump trucks running around when airplanes are landing and that sort of thing.
That's way beyond where we are now. I mean, literally the construction management phases and the issues the public might have with the noise at night, let alone doubling the cost to do night construction. So that's just way beyond where we are now.
Yeah, and my 30,000-foot view was really, a year-long closure to the airport would devastate. It would be worse than, 2009 and September 11, in terms of the economic benefit that the airport provides, and that's really why we're here, is the economic benefit that this airport provides to our community.
I'd really like to just take a moment. I will give assurance both to you and the listening audience and the current participants in the room. It would not be our expectation to bring an extended closure of, you mentioned a year, Rob. We looked at how do you break that down into a couple of shoulder seasons, specifically perhaps even spring seasons. So there's some ways to get there, but they still need work to really be right. But that we have no intention of bringing you a plan that has that kind of extended closure.
Additional questions at this point, Steve?
I would be in favor of moving forward to Phase 3 to get public outreach on phase of this project. To me, the handwriting's on the wall. We need to do whatever we can to try to accommodate the larger aircraft to keep our, be commercially viable.
John?
So that's...
John Peake, you had kind of mentioned that the next thing would be to come back with a proposal as to exactly what Phase 3 meant, some budgetary ideas for that, and I'm in favor of looking at that proposal, but I'd like to see that proposal before making a decision on what that's all about. So.
Yeah, I think if right now if the board gave us direction to move forward, what we'd do is come back to you with the scope and then a budget supplemental to make that happen. So what we'd be looking for is direction to that end.
I think that's a major nod of heads in terms of to move forward with a proposal as to what a Phase 3 would look like. Do we have consensus on the board with that? Looks like we do.
I got a question.
Yes.
Back to the master plan. Is there a difference in terms of timing, whether we want to try to start an EA for the terminal versus an EA for a runway? I mean, just for, in your mind, what is sort of the most critical timing issues and critical needs in the near 6-8 years?
Well, I think that our terminal building has significant challenges today, and I think we've got to recognize those. We're still kind of trying to come to terms with what to present to you relative to how those pieces fit together, George, because if you don't get started, you won't get there. And I think that this project needed some direction from all of you today, which I think we've gotten. We'll be back in front of you shortly. The terminal building is also one that we think will have a lead time that's measured in years, and we need to kind of think about how those pieces come together. So I'm sorry to be a little elusive, George, but we're still trying to refine how the pieces can fit together. They both have a financial impact, they both have an operational impact, and we need to be in the right place at some point on the horizon with each of those should we go forward.
Just to build on that, George, I think while those will probably be separate questions, in terms of the EA and the prep work and the planning work, that needs to be done in parallel so that we're in a position as the time is right to launch of those projects. You know, the big factor you've got to consider with an EA is I believe you have about 5 years once an EA is completed to start acting on the EA for the findings to remain valid. And so we're probably going to be running these processes in parallel. We're going to want to be careful how we stage them so that we can be actionable within that 5-year window once the EA is completed. And so we're still working on how those pieces fit together.
And does funding opportunities come into that picture as well?
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, another discussion that we need to bring back to you. Certainly, we'll be working with our partners at the FAA, hopefully to help us with that, and we need to understand how those pieces might work together.
Steve?
In relation to the bigger airplanes arriving at our current terminal, if tomorrow morning we had the runway moved 80 feet to the west and we had larger aircraft landing, what would, and I don't know how many passengers those planes carry. I think you told us that sometime before, but what would the impact be on the terminal with the bigger aircraft coming in tomorrow morning?
Well, it really come down, you know, from a simple operational perspective, it would depend upon how many of those airplanes we had in close proximity to each other in terms of the operations. You know, one of the challenges that we have today is the number of airplanes that run from 7 a.m. until really mid-afternoon, mid to late afternoon. We have a pretty constant flow of passengers. And, you know, for example, this summer we have 5 departures in 45 minutes first thing in the morning. Then we have a little bit of a gap, and then we've got some airplanes that are pretty steady from 10:30 on. But if you take 70 passengers times 5 airplanes all trying to board within 45 minutes, you're boarding 350 people in a very short window of time. And so I'm not trying to kind of dance around the question, but it all depends upon when those airplanes hit in that capacity and how it relates to what we can accommodate through security, and how many people we can hold in the secured space post-security.
Okay.
I'll try to get you a better answer next time around, but it really comes down to how often how many frequency of those airplanes do we see?
So we have direction and.
Yeah, good discussion. Thank you. And AD, John, thank you. I can't say that enough. It's a challenging thing we're going through, and it's good to have partners with you guys. Okay, should we take a 15-minute break and come back early for MOIs? Come back at 3:30. So we'll be 15 minutes early for our MOIs. Is that okay? We can tackle future agendas or whatever until people show up.
I want a cookie.
You're going to be first. John.
Talk. There is not good Wi-Fi in this room. It's true.
Welcome back, everybody. Today is June 24th, 2014. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session, Pickens County, Colorado, and we are on to our memos of interest. The first is our Pro Challenge race update from Nancy Leslie. She's here to give us a briefing on what's going on in the Pro Challenge bike race world.
We are on the countdown, as you guys are all aware, so we're getting pretty excited and pretty ramped up. A few kind of updates to the MOI. I didn't get a hold of the county staff in time to include this in the MOI, but we do have a phone number. So on number 3, we will provide a phone number. It's actually going to be one of our staff members. We tried last year. We had it at our community relations office, which did a great job, but unfortunately it was a lot of taking messages and checking with us and then calling back. So we feel like having kind of one of our staff members dedicated phone line, kind of 24/7 or ish, answering capabilities will hopefully streamline that process for, our customer, our consumer, our community members. And we already are starting to get, phone calls of people planning ahead, which is really nice. So it kind of tells us our outreach program is also working. Number 4, I think we talked about this last time, and then we have met, we have finalized, so the neighbor notices are set. I have reached out to Elam, both via phone and email. Haven't gotten a return, but we'll continue to do so until I do hear back from them. I met with a hospital representative yesterday, and so I don't know if you had time to look at the neighbor notice, but what we have said and what we will put out publicly is in an emergency, dial 911 or present yourself to the nearest emergency responder in uniform. And so we'll get them to the hospital, no problem, as absolutely urgently as we possibly can. And then we're continuing to meet with the airport, who feels, again, really good about our outreach program, looping in RAFTA, going again, talking to the hotel shuttles. They feel very comfortable kind of with the timeline we're on and the process. And again, since they did see this last year, I think the comfort level is more there. And then we're just continuing with our outreach program. So, and then I did talk to CDOT yesterday, and as in the past, they will kind of link to our website, we'll link to their website, and they'll have all the traffic impacts on several different areas on their website. So that's always kind of helpful, and they'll also create some VMS signs, so the big ones on I-70 and things too, they'll program those. And then, Rob, just also to let you know, now that Food and Wine is over, Devin and Mike, who put on Food and Wine, also help us with the festival. And so now that Food and Wine's over, we're going to start really looking at that kind of reverse plan to open roads back up. And we'll dig into that. And as soon as we have that, I'll bring that to you.
Devin's trying to get the road open up over there today. I saw him working hard.
Exactly.
Still trying to get that road open up.
That'll take understand.
A little more time.
Yep.
A little more infrastructure than that bike race, I think.
Yep.
Any questions? Steve?
It doesn't have to do with Pickens County, but I drove over Kevlar Pass the other day. And I'm just curious, when the racers ride their bicycles, do they use the same bicycles they have on the road, or do they change bikes out when they hit the gravel portion?
If I remember correctly, kind of from years past when they did do this, they ride the same rides, but I believe there were several flat tires, both the neutral vehicles and the team vehicles were kind of on it all the time because yeah.
They use heavier tires, which are a little stronger, but it's harder to go uphill with heavier tires.
Yeah, I think
But
it's
it's a
yeah,
trade-off.
it's a strategic,
Yeah.
it's definitely all part of the race.
Rachel?
Yeah, Nancy, I have a comment perhaps for you to take back, and it's not so much this, but since you did just mention food and wine, you know, over the weekend I noticed probably, it looked like 5, 7 large Butler Rents trucks parked at the Intercept lot, and I just didn't realize that that was cleared for that. And I know that the city of Aspen manages that parking lot, and it looked like they really put them as close to the city side perhaps as possible to not be the Brush Creek side. But I guess next year before it comes up, I'd like to have a bigger discussion about how the lot is used for that, because it really looked like a truck stop. And it was like, wait a second, isn't there someplace less visible they could be parked for a while, or, you
And
know?
what you're seeing, I think, is a direct correlation to what's happening at Buttermilk.
Okay.
So, you know, what we're finding is because of the Buttermilk, all that construction that's happening at Buttermilk, you know, in the past where everybody has used that parking lot
Stage a little
to
bit.
stage this, you know, and everybody kind of understands that there really isn't a whole lot of places. And so, noted, I will take that back, but I think everybody understands that this is just an exception year.
Well, and that's what I'd like to make sure, is that it doesn't become a precedent that, you know, whenever someone's having a large event, they can leave their large semi-trailers at the park and ride lot that's supposed to be for day use only and things like that.
Yep.
And Rachel, just to build on that, that's part of the IGA that I believe came through the EOTC, where the city's parking department is managing that. And so at a staff level, we're having some discussion to see if that, because that's come up now a few times about the use of the Intercept lot. And it may be most appropriate to try and address that at EOTC, since that's the body that really has the agreement with the city. So we're trying to tee up that.
Yeah, and maybe it was just more of a notice thing that, you know, you'd go by it and you didn't know that that was going to be allowed this year for the good reasons that you just outlined for us. So appreciate the explanation.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Karen.
John Ely with the budget supplemental for the Healthy Rivers and Streams.
Commissioners, this is a budget request from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board to be dispersed from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund to the benefit of the Roaring Fork Conservancy, who are in the process of putting together and then conducting an economic study for the Lower Frying Pan Valley. The funds requested are in the amount of $25,000. Let's see where to start. The request was reviewed some time ago by the Citizen Advisory Board. It's taken to this point, I believe, because it's taken this long for the Conservancy to get the project positioned to go forward. Is that correct?
The project's been underway.
Okay. Maybe the need of the money. At any rate, along with the county funds will be contributed, as the board can see in the funding request, from Aspen Ski Company, from Eagle County, from a variety of private donors, and from WAPA. The discussion that occurred with the River Board involved an aspect of increasing the funding request from $25,000 if the amount were to be matched by Eagle. That was not done, and so the funding request recommendation stayed at $25,000. The other discussions that happened at the board meeting, which don't appear on in the budget request, is a discussion as to what exactly would be examined, and particularly what would not be examined. What is not going to be analyzed is our property values and any other ancillary effects to the economic vitality of the area as a consequence of the Frying Pan River, but directly looking at the economies of fishing particularly, and other active recreational pursuits that involve utilizing the frying pan. Let's see, I'm kind of filling in for Lisa here today because she couldn't come to the board meeting. I can't think of anything else to mention. Oh, the scoring sheet, of course, is attached at the end of the request form. The recommendation was approved unanimously, and that's about it.
Questions? George?
John, on the score sheet, which I'm happy to see in front of us, it looks like only 3 columns were filled in. Does that just mean 3 people weighed in on this from the board? Because the memo said it was passed unanimously.
You know, I can't tell you particularly, George. That might be the result of a combination of scores. I was at the meeting. There were more than 3 people present. And
I'm just
and Lisa
curious,
was pretty insistent on collecting the score sheet, so that might be a result of a combined scoring.
Well, I'm glad to see it, and I'm glad they have some objective format to review grants.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm glad to see the score sheet too. It's nice to know how they value it based on the goals. And I'm in favor of moving forward with this. There's a typo in the score sheet on history of requesting party. It says max score 10, but somebody voted 25 on it.
Yeah, so maybe that is
Maybe that's the result of the
Maybe that's a combine or something, but it is nice to see that, you know, some people weigh some things heavier or not, and it's nice to kind of read the budget supplemental and then have a score sheet to go to, especially because it's a rolling grant process, so because we're not comparing it one project against another project, we're comparing the project independently on what the board feels for it. So
you know, Rob,
we've asked
maybe-
for that and we're glad to have it.
to follow up your comment with the fact that this particular amount of money, along with some additional funds, was already budgeted and appropriated by the BOCC during the regular budget review process. However, pursuant to regular practices of the Healthy Rivers and Streams program, even though the money is budgeted, we're bringing the funding request to the BOCC for actual approval of amounts associated with a particular project.
Which is the 140 that was appropriated, and this 25 will come out of that 140. Rachel?
Yeah, I want to just thank Heather with the Roaring Fork Conservancy and the Conservancy group for really spearheading the whole fundraising effort and the project as a whole. You know, it is a snapshot in time, and we know we deal with changing conditions because of the climate and the releases and the way the rivers change. But I can't help but think that it will be valuable going forward as we see the identified plans and processes implemented and other things that may take water from our area. And we would need to be seeking adequate and complete mitigations, and you can't do that very well without a baseline. So I think that this is a good project. I'm very interested in supporting it. The other would be just to have the chance to publicly acknowledge you and the Conservancy for your participation with the Basin Implementation Plan and the meetings down in Glenwood Springs. Heather and some of her colleagues have just added tremendously to the non-consumptive needs category beyond, you know, my personal knowledge, experience, and others. So appreciate that work and appreciate having good partners out there in our concerns.
Great, nod ahead, so move forward with this. Thank you. Move on to future agendas. John, do you have anything for us?
Just a couple of items. The July 1st and 8th meetings are a little thin right now, so they'll get consolidated if we don't have additional items into the afternoon. It is most likely on the 8th. We'll also be adding a work session item on boards and commissions. We want to talk a little bit about terms and renewals and those sorts of things, and maybe seek some input from the board about potential future changes. there, but we'll work on those as we get closer. They're, I think, fairly light due to vacation schedules and those sorts of things right now. Other than that, I do not have future agenda items for you.
Other comments on future agendas? Rachel?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to get these in there, but in July, on the 17th and 18th, which is a Thursday and a Friday, will be the Club 20 subcommittee meetings over in Eagle County. And I will be back from NACO, and I'm going to plan on attending those. But I'd like to, I think it's the 17th, is going to be when their healthcare subcommittee is meeting. I can check the dates with Charlotte. It's either one of those two for that committee. And when I was at the Club 20 board retreat last week, it was just mentioned in passing, separate from most of the retreat topics, that the healthcare committee was going to be relooking at the geographic boundaries for the insurance regions through the state Connect for Colorado site, and that the first reaction to the changes that included Summit, Garfield, Pitkin, and Eagle now in a larger group of counties was that other people are concerned that is that going to raise their rates significantly in order to create more equity within our rates. And so I think that it's going to be important that we have, through Club 20, make sure that they have a presentation of both sides and that we have adequate time to explain the work and the reasoning and the logic behind Summit, Garfield, Eagle, and Pitkin's approach to this. And so we'll just have more time, obviously, to get this fleshed out a little more thoroughly, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Additional comments to future agendas? I had one thing. It's on the July 9th page, but it's on the bottom, which is Thursday, July 19th. I think that should read Thursday, July 10th. Is the Crystal River Caucus Redstone Church meeting. That was the caucus meeting that I requested getting noticed because very potentially 3 commissioners might show up to that.
We will double check
And
that
that's,
date.
I'm pretty sure it's the 10th.
Okay.
Other comments? Okay, open discussion. John, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, I've got a number of items for you, and take them in any particular order. The first item is a request that's coming through CCI on behalf of the county elected officials salary commission. We talked about the potential legislation a while back when we were looking at the sheriff and clerk and assessors salaries. That legislation was not successful to change the salaries of county elected officials. Should be noted that we're a little bit different as a home rule county, that we get to set the salaries, the board gets to set the salaries of all elected officials except for yourselves, where you are governed by the state statute. In essence, what's being asked of the board is to give feedback for future efforts to change the salaries of county elected officials. Basically, there has been no change. I believe it's going on 15 years now? 12 years.
I think it's
12
8.
years.
8.
It will go to 12 with the
Next term.
Yeah, with the next term. So it's been 8 years since there have been any adjustments. It will go to 12 years. And in essence, what the Salary Commission is looking for is information. They're trying to get a sense of where there is and is not support from boards of county commissioners to change the salaries of elected officials. And so there's, in my mind, a couple of ways that the board could respond to this. You could answer their questions, see if we could have a discussion, answer their questions. Frankly, I think this is a flawed process to ask you guys to put a stake in the ground in this kind of format
into an uncertain legislative process. It seems to me there's something probably bigger that's broken with the system, and maybe you'd want to direct comments to the process versus trying to answer these questions. Or maybe we don't want to respond at all. But they are looking for a response that is basically the majority of the board. And so I wanted to put this in front of you to see if there's any thoughts on how to respond to this.
Rachel?
If I could elaborate a little further as well. I know that Tim Mock from Clear Creek County is on this commission, and I think Thomas Davidson from Summit Creek has been on the commission. And essentially, it was such a political process in the legislature that they created the commission. And then the commission's findings and result get thrown back to the legislature, who then put it right back in the political process, and have just, no one's willing to make a move on it one way or the other. We are so fortunate that we are able to set our own salaries for clerk, recorder, and sheriff and things like that. Other counties are really struggling with the fact now their sheriffs are capped out and their deputies are making more than they are, or special investigators are making more than the sheriff, and it's like, well, who's going to want to run for sheriff when you make more and have more time off and less responsibility in some of these lesser positions? It's also affecting clerk's offices the same way, where you have to get an election specialist, all these people, and you have department heads making more than your elected official who's running the broader department. I had emailed Tim back, and I had said the same thing. I just didn't think that this was a legitimate exercise for boards to debate, and if anything, they should ask for people's individual opinions and go from there. Some counties are having incredibly tough financial struggles that are still ongoing, and Ouray County is an example. They've gone to a 4-day work week for all their employees. And they'll say, hey, we can't take a state mandated salary increase. Our budgets just can't take that. And other communities are saying, well, we can afford it, and we have, we're starting to lose qualified candidates for these offices because it's locked at such a low rate. I don't have any easy answers, but they've gotten pretty convinced. The Salary Commission perhaps is punting like this because they're pretty convinced that the state legislature will never act, that they'll never really do anything. And, they're just trying to respond to inflation and the fact that salaries are decreasing. So my personal opinion has been I don't believe that the commissioner salaries are as much an issue as it is these other elected official positions where they're truly running a department. They're not just policy setters, they're managers, they're in charge of these things. I feel myself that the salary we receive here in Pickens County is very adequate. But I also know it was increased right before I got in. And so I don't mind that mine's been locked in for 8 years or potentially for 12 years. But I don't know that that's fair to other people who may run in 2016 or 2018, as the year may be. So I think this is kind of a little bit of a meaningless exercise. I don't think a lot's going to come out of the survey results one way or the other. But we were asked to comment. Did we think it? And the things that the Salary Commission would like to do, and maybe this is our one comment, is to really push this idea that once you set them, they should adjust by inflation annually. So it doesn't come as some big 15 or 20% increase after it's been ignored for a decade or more. Or maybe that it's the same increase that your organization receives on an average level or something like that, but something to get it out of the hands of politics would be the most valuable move that can happen. And, we are considered a branch of the state, so that is why the legislature traditionally would set the salaries unless you're a home rule charter. So that's about all the opinion I have on this.
Anybody else? I mean, it sounds like the direction is not to do anything as an organization, but
Maybe make a comment about the process like you suggested, John. I don't know if there's a majority opinion on here. And for how long, when it says should it stay exactly the same, is that for the next 25 years or the next 50? I mean, our governor is the second lowest paid governor in the United States and, you know, makes way less than most of his department managers at this point. Those things are capped too.
Didn't the legislators, weren't they talking at one point in terms of trying to raise their salaries because they are very, very low as well, and they were not willing to take that on?
That's right. I mean, it's just such a political football, and no one wants to campaign with their opponent saying, you voted to raise salaries. And a whole bunch was made out of just the per diem increase for out-of-state legislators in terms of being able to pay for the travel expenses and hotels. And I do remember the attack ads on Gail Schwartz saying, you voted to give yourself X amount more money. And so no one's really willing to do it. The other sidebar on this, what was I thinking, is just to suggest that type of process change would be, you know, where I think, you know, if we could start fresh at a given point and say, here's how it's going to happen from here on out.
So it's not a case where each county could, if they were interested, they could go before their electorate, even if it's a home rule charter or not?
What the home rule charter gives you ability to set the salaries of all the other elected officials. I believe, and I need to double check this, but I believe commissioners are never in a position, home rule or statutory county, to change their own salaries. So as a home rule county, we essentially this year adopted a process similar to what Rachel is recommending, to say let's set a salary for these other elected officials, and then their salary will adjust during their term according to what's generally budgeted for all other county employees. Now, we couldn't do that for you. A statutory county, which almost all Colorado counties are, have no control over any of the salaries, no local control over any of the salaries of their elected officials, and those are the counties I think are really, really struggling.
And I remember, George, there was a legislative effort this year, since anything was failing, to ask the legislatures if they would just put on a statewide ballot question that allowed county commissioners to set salaries themselves and for the other employees without being able to drop below today's levels. And to do something like that through a referred measure, I think takes a 3/4 vote of the houses, and they could not get 3/4 vote to even allow a question to go to the public to allow you to increase your salaries. So, you know, a lot of the anti-government movement coming home to roost, and I think it'll probably stay the same now for a long time.
Well, would you like, I guess, just looking for a nod of heads, you know, to respond more based on a process, to say that, you know, while we don't necessarily want to respond specifically to what percentage salaries should be increased for county elected officials, we do think it would be beneficial to have discussion about a process where at least salaries are set and then adjusted by some kind of inflationary rate or what have you, so that you don't get into these situations where you've got.
And I would almost make it less formal than that and just email Eric something from you saying these are the thoughts of my board in general, and we're really not going to take a position because the salaries that are important we've already made our adjustments pursuant to our home rule charter. That's the way I would approach it.
Next item, we have Nan here. Yep, we're already in open discussion. So Nan wanted to give you guys an update on discussions that took place with the state, I think at CCI this year, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, hi. Just wanted to check in with you about the conversation at the state level about counties taking on the maximus caseload for Medicaid patients. And I brought this up before in our quarterly meeting. Just a reminder that the state developed what they call a PEAK portal, and that's where people can apply online for their own benefits. Thank you very much. And with the Accountable Care Act, more applications were coming in 2010, the state contracted with a company called Maximus. I believe these are the right dates. And they have taken all the Medicaid and CHP Plus, the Children's Health Plan Plus cases, and they were processing them. The contract with Maximus is up July 1st, 2015, and HCPF and CDHS and the Human Services Directors Association have all come to the conclusion that this caseload should come back to counties, that we should not have a third-party vendor, and they want to know if the Board of County Commissioners of all the counties agree with this, because in Pickens County, what it will mean, they anticipate about a 20% increase in workload, and for us, because our allocation is so low, that means that we will get a whopping $4,000 for our work, and ultimately it means the cases will come, all of the peak applications will come to us, which, as you guys know, really means Eagle County, because they do this work for us. And then we'll process them, and then we do the redeterminations, which we already do anyway. We do all the redeterminations, whether it's 6 months or a year, depending on the program. All of the counties that I've heard of so far are in favor of this move. Already, the biggest issue is that when cases go to Maximus, if clients have issues, Maximus is located in Denver and Colorado Springs. They don't know our area. They refer cases to us anyway, so we get all the problematic cases, which is many of them, and we have to process them anyway. So all of the counties are in favor of this move, and I just wanted to let you guys know that I voted in an informal vote on your behalf in favor of this, and just wanted to know if anybody has any major hesitations about this action.
Rachel?
Yeah, no, from the discussions at CCI with the public health officials who are there, Maximus has just been a nightmare from day one, and they have been trying to improve it and fix it and improve it and fix it. And it really just, they leave out information that's critical, they get the information wrong, we reprocess all of them, and there's no administrative money following the reprocessing. And so that's been the real issue. Everyone has said, well, we'll take on the workload as long as the money follows. The other thing that I think is a really important component is that while someone may sign up through Maximus for some of their benefits, the medical, they're not necessarily aware of the other services that they might be eligible for, and so we're administering them a second time to get them hooked up with some of their other benefits that they need. So I just think this is the right way to go.
I thought you guys would be
all for that. And then I just have one other little issue, and that is, it's not an issue, so that's nice, you can relax. On July 22nd, the Board of Health has a joint meeting with the Community Health Services Board, and Liz and I have been working on an agenda, and I just wanted to see if there's anything else that you all want to accomplish that you can think of, or to put it in your heads to think about. Our purpose in this joint meeting, it's a 2-hour meeting, it's at the end of the day on a Tuesday, I think, is to work with their board on roles and responsibilities, which is particularly complicated because you're the Board of Health and they're a separate nonprofit. So actually some of your roles and responsibilities are very similar. So we're going to look at a nice spreadsheet, we hope, that's going to help us look at where the overlap is and where some of the confusion is. And then they're going to share their strategic plan. So they have mostly a general operating strategic plan for their nonprofit. And then we were going to talk about how do we want to work together in the future between the Board of Health and the Community Health Services Board. We were looking at having a facilitator for that meeting, just to sort of neutralize the playing field with Colin Laird, who we've used before, to help sort of facilitate dialogue between the two groups.
So that's generally what we're planning, and I just wanted to see if you have any other concerns or thoughts or whatever.
George?
What's the status of the joint Board of Health? Is that premature for them to be involved in this conversation?
It's a really good question. So the status is that the city has not technically dissolved their Board of Health. We're now working on an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement, because the state got wind that we were going to make this change, and they actually went to our environmental health departments, city and county, and said, we want to have one contract with you, which is going to mean that we accept money for the city, and now we need to have an IGA.
So that wasn't part of our original
Plan.
governance structure.
Right.
We actually had specifically avoided that question. So when the state came back in and said, we want one contract, then it became a funding issue. And
So we had originally hoped that at this joint meeting this summer, we would have a new player. But I have drafted an IGA, and it's in the hands of the public health director and the environmental health directors for the city and the county and the city attorney. And so they're reviewing it now, and it's just going to slow us down a little bit. And then as soon as we get this ironed out, what it does, the IGA also specifies that the county Board of Health will have representatives from Aspen and Snowmass Village on their Board of Health, and then we can make those appointments.
Rachel?
You know, I think it'd be valuable to go ahead and invite the city in terms of who is your potential future rep or staff you'd like to participate, as well as Snowmass Village, to this joint discussion, and say, we realize the IJ isn't formalized yet, but since we're having this collaborative discussion about how to advance these goals further, we'd like to, invite you to attend. And to the greater agenda question, I suppose the one thing I think would be good to help focus maybe all the agenda elements would be the 3 goals that Liz just presented that came out of the community health assessment. And to say, and so how are these efforts and collaborations funneling forward to advance those goals?
Okay. So John and I will work on helping the city and Snowmass Village, if they can, identify sort of a lead person, at least to come and participate. That's a great idea. And the priorities, the community health plan priorities, I'll talk to Liz about and see if they're reflected at all in their strategic plan. But that may be a place to start. Here's the priorities that we've all set. And then here's our roles and responsibilities. How do we move forward? Okay?
Thank you.
And you guys are okay with having a facilitator? Okay. That'll be great. Thank you so much.
And before Nan goes, I wanted to update you guys on the latest activities with the Valley Health Alliance, because there's finally some things starting to move and happen there. Probably the biggest news is that the 5 employers through the hospital has selected an executive director to really pull the efforts of the Valley Health Alliance together. The hospital's a fiscal agent. We're lucky enough to attract a woman, Kathleen Killian, out of St. Louis. She has 30 years of experience developing wellness programs and in healthcare consulting. She was actually named one of the most influential women in St. Louis for the work she did developing employer kind of wellness initiatives and really healthcare initiatives within that community, and she was very interested in the type of partnership that we've developed here with the employers and the providers and community members at the table, and really thinks we've got something that could be developed into a national model, and wanted to come here. So she's going to be joining us in July, I think towards the end of July it looks like. And what she'll be doing is helping us ramp up some of the joint wellness and cost savings kinds of initiatives that we found with over the last 18 months working together, looking at the data and that sort of thing. We've also are going to be getting the results. All 5 employers worked with the Mayo Clinic to do what they call their HERO survey, which is really a survey of what are the best practices that we have adopted as employers to help improve the health and healthcare results of our employees. We'll be all meeting together to kind of jointly look at our results. I will say, but I don't have the results right in front of me, but I got to peek at them. It's a thoroughly humbling survey. We've got a lot of, we've got
We can only improve, which is
we've
good.
got a lot of opportunities to do things better, which is good. I mean, that's why we did it, and that's why we're engaged in these efforts. So you'll be seeing more of the Kathleen, we had budgeted some extra dollars in our health plan costs over the next few years in our 5-year plan to kind of get some of these Valley Health Alliance initiatives off the ground, and so we'll be participating and pulling all these initiatives together. So what else is?
I think just so on the 17th, they're going to share all the HERO surveys. So we have an all-day event there, and I don't know if any of the commissioners come, but it will be very informative. And just so you know, Kathleen's position is paid 50% by Aspen Valley Hospital and 50% by the other 4 employers. So we're really fortunate that Aspen Valley Hospital was willing to step up, and they're also providing other benefits to her that would have made it difficult for us to afford collectively. So we're really lucky to have this caliber of big player be interested in our Aspen idea. So it's exciting.
Good. Rachel?
I know I cannot attend the 17th because that's going to be the Club 20 Healthcare Geographic Insurance Regions meeting. So I just want to put that out there in case there's another board member who could fill in for that.
Is there another board member who might be interested? And it's a little bit humbling. We could check in later.
Closer to the date.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Then, few facility updates for you. We've got a lot of moving parts going on with facilities right now. For those of you who haven't had a chance, we've got HR, I think 85% of the way set up, and no longer bunking with our Human Services Department. Thank you, Nan, for accommodating us too there. But it's worth a drop-in to kind of see conceptually where we're looking at headed, and we're letting folks kind of see and give us comments on potential remodel concepts. So we'll be trying to have you have some meetings down there in their meeting room that's set up and such, so you can kind of get an idea how it feels now that it's set up. Probably the more significant issue, though, is we had moved out the remodel of the Plaza building to 2015, and we had intended to start that early on in 2015 with our original plan of keeping folks in the building and moving up and down. I think we are still in the process of evaluating what the impacts of the asbestos that we found in the building will be to that project. In addition, we've been continuing to work with RNL, who is the consultant that we're working with on the public safety side, so the courthouse functions, along with the city of Aspen. And so they have just provided us kind of initial feedback on total square footage for both entities, and we're working through and massaging that data.
Frankly, I don't think we're going to have a plan in place until early fall right now as far as what might we do to provide some relief on the public safety facilities, and how does that roll in with our remodel plans for the courthouse plaza in 2015. Those may change as a result of this R&L study and discussions that we want to have with you. So we're working hard on it. We've started having discussions with city staff now about what their findings are and what their needs are, and whether there are in fact opportunities for us to continue partnering on facilities or not. That's going to take at least another 4 to 6 weeks, I think, to work through, and then start to develop some concepts that we can bring back to you in the fall. So just so you know, we're still working on that. I know there's been a question out there, and staff's kind of questioning. We're still questioning, how do we move forward with all these things given new information? So we're working on it, and I'd say 6 to 8 weeks we'll probably be back with some alternatives for you to look at. And then the last facilities item, this room, because of all the moves that are going to be happening, both with, the city's got a number of facility kind of issues that they're going to be dealing with lease space, which I think we're not sure of the timing
Right.
for
The Daily
that
News building
at this
sold.
point. Exactly. That's brought future use of this facility for our meetings into some question. We have had some discussions with the city to see if we could accommodate our meetings, and I know the board has not been in favor of this in the past, but in the absence of another alternative, looking at could we coordinate meeting schedules so that we could use the city's hearing room. It has some advantages in that the technology is set up and we don't do all the furniture moves, and your furniture doesn't get used otherwise as it does in this room. And it looks like we've got 9 dates that we'd be out of this room for work sessions and regular meetings in October and November. And it looks like right now we could accommodate all of those. There's still one date hanging out there, November 19th. All but one of those could be accommodated by using the city's meeting room. I think that provides us a more definite space given everything that's going on, and one that's easier to set up. I just want to throw it out to the board to see if you'd be open, since it's a more limited number of meetings than we've had in the past, a limited time frame. Would you be open to using that hearing room as an alternative? Because if we lose this one, to be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure where else we go.
George?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I'm okay with that. The one thing that strikes me is that maybe some of the Tuesday work sessions would be an opportunity to do some meetings for around in the county, which we've talked about before, like when we met at the Woody Creek Center or other locations, but just on work session days.
It'd be my last resort.
Any thoughts, Rob or Steve? I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'd be okay with it, and I like your idea too, Rachel.
We had gone back and forth on moving, because we had talked at one point about scheduling them throughout the county, and we came back with some ideas, and then we decided not to do that. But
It had a lot to do with the videoing
Yeah.
and the soundtracks. We can't do it live, we know that, but, I'm okay either way that plays out.
all right, that's all I have for open discussion today. Anybody else open discussion? I'll call the meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.